Your Worship, we are now live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. We will call this meeting to order, and I will look to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship and the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Megwish. And moving on to item number 2, proclamations. 2.1, Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2024. And the motion is that Council proclaim September 2024 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the town of Wasaga Beach. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And item number 3 on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest, and I understand that Councillor Timms has a pecuniary interest. Councillor?
Yes, Your Worship, I have an indirect conflict of interest because in my enthusiasm to support the new Wasaga Beach Legion, my husband and I became members. So I think that I am required to push away from the table during that item.
Thank you very much. Councillor, is there anyone else who has... Oh, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm with Councillor Timms. I also became a member of the Legions, so I believe that excludes me from participating, and I will excuse myself.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so yes, ladies, just push away from the table when we get to that item. Thank you very much. If at some point throughout the meeting anyone else wishes or feels they have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. And then moving on to item number 4, the adoption of the agenda, and I'm going to turn to our clerk this morning to comment on this. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Mayor Smith, members of Council, and members of the public joining us in the gallery and online today. So there are a few housekeeping items this morning. Firstly, to accommodate scheduling conflicts, I ask that Council move the closed session to the beginning of today's meeting. The town solicitor will be online regarding closed session item 17.3.1, beachfront development. The library CEO and board chair have been made aware that their presentation will be a bit delayed this morning. And the change of the agenda order is permitted by section 6.01B if decided by the chair. So Your Worship, we ask your indulgence in this regard.
All right, that's fine. We'll grant that, Madam Clerk. And so we do have a motion then that the contents of the...
sorry, I have a few more items. I apologize.
Okay, you go right ahead.
Secondly, for today, administration would like to add a closed session item at the end of the meeting. The closed session item is a tour of municipal buildings, and this is pursuant to section 239(3)(1 of the Municipal Act, which allows for education sessions. During this portion of the meeting, the following condition of the Municipal Act will be satisfied. The meeting will be held for the purpose of educating the members, and at this meeting, no member will discuss or materially advance the business of the corporation. If approved, Council, and for the public's benefit, we will consider a motion after approval of the bylaws to enter into closed session meeting to tour the municipal buildings. The rise and report for this portion of the meeting will be relayed at the September 26th Council meeting. So with regards to that, I do require a motion pursuant to section 601D of the procedure bylaw to introduce this item under closed sessions, and I do require a 2/3. Accordingly, so the motion before Council is that closed session item 17.3.3, tour municipal buildings, be added to the September 12th Council meeting agenda. Your Worship, if I can get a mover and seconder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments? All right, move in a seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo and Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Carries unanimously.
Excellent. So just, again, for the public to understand, we will not return to open meeting after the tour of the municipal buildings. We will simply adjourn at that time.
We'll give the rise and report at the beginning of our next meeting.
Yes, Your Worship.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Anything else? No, that's it. Okay, good. All right. So the motion before us then is the adoption of the agenda, that the contents of the agenda for September 12th, 2024 be approved as amended. Moving a seconder for this, please. Councillor Timms and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? That carries unanimously. And now moving on to item number 5 of the agenda is the closed session. And it is recommended that pursuant to the Municipality Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the September 12, 2024 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 4.1.1, Town CAO beachfront developments in accordance with Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act, and 4.1.2, Town CAO employment matters in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll
Your Worship, we are now live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. Our apologies for the delay in the time, but things to deal with. We now will move to item number 6, the closed session rise and report, and we'll look to our clerk for a rise and report. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on September 12, 2024 at approximately 10:09 a.m. to discuss the following matters. 17.3.1 beachfront development in accordance with Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Act. Council also considered item 17.3.2 employment matters in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act, and there's nothing further to report at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item number 7, approval of the minutes. 7.1 is the special council meeting minutes of August 22nd, and that the minutes of the special council meeting held the 22nd of August 2024 at 9 a.m. be adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on these minutes from anyone? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Belanger, Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And on to item number 7.2, the motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting held August 22nd, 2024 be adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on these minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White and Councillor Eagle, all in favor? That carries unanimously. On to item number 8, statutory public meetings. We have no public meeting today. And number 9 is presentations, and we have with us today the Chair, Lorraine Gruzak of the Wasaga Beach Public Library Board for an 8-month review presentation. Lorraine, welcome. Great to see you again. Just ask you to turn your mic on, and the floor is yours, Lorraine.
Thank you. Mayor Smith and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Library Board. We're going to begin with a presentation from our CEO, Pamela Pell.
You want to just press your button?
Thank you.
Morning, Pam.
Good morning. Understanding that the new library, which cost approximately $12 million to build, is a significant investment for the community of Wasaga Beach, Board Chair Lorraine Gruzak and I wanted to take the time to provide you with an 8-month review so that council as well as members of the public understand how the new library is performing. We think that you will see the value in what this great new venue is bringing to the community. Today, I'm just going to touch on a number of subjects. We're going to discuss quickly users, services, partnerships, space use, programs, some feedback from the community, a few notes on the budget, and then a summation. Users, we couldn't be more excited about how people are coming into our library. We acknowledge that looking at the data, the library gets about 41% of all visitors to our new TPAL building, and that is just excellent in our view. And considering we were $12 million out of the $60 million build price, that's pretty good investment for your money. To date, we've had approximately 78,000 visitors to the library. That's a 76% increase over last year. And of course, we've already surpassed our annual traffic at our old venue at 120 Glenwood Drive. People are coming in more than for a 2-minute tour. They're joining our library. The number of new cards we've given out this year has been astronomical, 189% increase. Almost 3,000 cards. It's no wonder we ran out of cards. Sorry about that, but we're on top of it now and we'll make sure that we maintain. It's so exciting to see those new members join us. Of course, we had fantastic library services in our previous building, but people are just excited to be a part of what we're doing now and all that we're offering. With the new card members, that means our active members have certainly risen. We're experiencing, we have about 15,000 plus active members. Those are people whose cards are activated and fully functional, and that's in a community of 25,000, quite an accomplishment. So it is a place that people are coming and going to. Our numbers are much, much higher than they were. More or less predicted where we were hoping they would be, and there's still more to come. Just so you know as well, I know there were questions about how many non-resident members, who is using the library. As far as non-residents, right now we have 25 non-resident card members. So if they're wanting to use our full extent of programs and services, they have to purchase a card, and only 25 have that at this time. We do have 300 reciprocal members, so those are members of our neighboring libraries that we have partnered with in order to ensure that people have access to library services where they work, where they go to school, in those situations. So currently there are 300 reciprocal members. There are some limitations on those memberships. You can't use our electronics, borrow our electronics, all of those higher ticket items. You can borrow a book. Of course, you can come into the library. Do we check who is walking in the door? Do you need a card to walk in the door? Certainly not. But, so we're not 100% positive on Wasaga Beach residents versus those from other communities. However, I think we have so many tourists, and of course the arena has so many functions that people are always curious about us, and we welcome their curiosity. If they see what we have going on in Wasaga Beach, perhaps they'll move back here. We've heard many great things from people from other communities who are just impressed by what we are offering both in the library and arena, and I think that really shines for our community. Service expansion. Once again, people are doing more than just looking around the library. They are joining the library and they're using our services. Right now we have approximately 39,000 items in our collection on site, and the circulation overall for all of our collection items has increased by 35%. It's especially great to see a lot of the family items are increasing in circulation. Those families who had kind of found better things to do before are realizing that the library has so many things now available for them. Another area that we are increasing is technical assistance. The library really is the only place where you can get technical help for free, and we pride ourselves on providing that service. We've had more than 200 people get intentional programmed service, so we offer one-on-one that you can register for. We offer group help, and we also have offered more than 500 people walking in with technical help on our computers as well as with their phones. So it is the place to come if you have questions. In our library, we have launched an on-site gaming area just so that everybody has access to some of the great technology that those haves and have-nots may not share equally. That has been exciting for our community, as well as there are many new ways to interact, which really supports our strategic plan of making this a dynamic place in the community. 3 of the key areas are gallery spaces. I think we've done a pretty fantastic job of showcasing students' art and children's art in our library, in our student and children's zone. And we have a main gallery space that we have now hung up our second major display just yesterday. Come and see it. It's Indigenous art. It is so moving, so spectacular, just a great thing for people to experience. As well as gallery spaces, we of course have our display cabinets, which are fantastic at displaying the heritage of Wasaga Beach, displaying special collections. Right now we have an Indigenous display, informing people about some of the Indigenous artifacts and what they really mean, and that's pretty fantastic. While we're going through all of this in-house, we are also making the effort to reach out into our community through our bookmobile as well as other programs and services. We've had more than 3,000 interactions with people out and about. Our bookmobile has made stops at 10 regular locations throughout the community. In the summer, it was rolling out 3 days a week. Key new sites where it's visiting are the Gardens of Wasaga Beach Retirement Complex, as well as we had a great partnership with the Recreational Department's summer camp, so ensuring that kids had access to what the bookmobile has to offer, as well as some of the elderly in our community. We make sure that we're stopping not just through the bookmobile season, but throughout the season at some of the vulnerable sector locations, the food banks within Wasaga Beach, the geared to income housing locations within Wasaga Beach, ensuring that people know about what the library can offer and that people have access to the services and collection items that we provide. We're also making significant stops and taking time to collaborate with the schools in Wasaga Beach. Our staff are on site multiple times a year to provide them with information as well as activities. We also provide monthly outreach programming at the nursery schools and daycares in Wasaga Beach, and seasonal programming we offer at Waterside Lodge in order to bring young children into the lodge so that some of the seniors residents have a wonderful experience and can share what they know with the youngsters, and the youngsters can share their enthusiasm with those residents. Wasaga Beach Public Library is always evaluating our community's needs, and we're always looking for new ways that we can serve the residents of Wasaga Beach. One of those ways is ensuring that the library is welcoming, inclusive, and accessible, and making it a perfect place for community supports and community partnerships. One of the things that we're really proud of this year is developing a number of service partnerships with organizations throughout our community to ensure that services are available in a safe space for individuals who need it. We have partnered in order to bring business supports to our community with the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Small Business Enterprise Center. There are some great workshops available for those who are new at business or entrepreneurs looking for help. We are making steps that we have 3 different providers of homelessness support available in the library for anybody who needs to have a conversation and get assistance. We have opportunities for newcomers to Wasaga Beach as well as Canada that they can get the support they need in order to feel acclimatized to our community. We're looking at how we can provide English as second language lessons. Hopefully that will be something that we can do shortly. We're also supporting residents who are experiencing illness, grief, and other challenges in their personal lives, partnering with different organizations to provide meetings as well as health opportunities and discussions. Of course, we're supporting learning within our community. Our partnership with Georgian College early on, Leclerc, are helping people develop their skills, their education, and progressing themselves so that they can achieve more. Another partnership we have, of course, is helping people with government services. Service Canada does come on site in order to help people with online applications and other situations that they are encountering that they need personal assistance with. So the library is providing the safe space where these people can connect with the help they need to live better lives. The growing use of space. You know, anybody who's walked into the library can take a look around and see all the ways that people are using the space. My favorite experience just recently is sitting in a meeting in the Georgian family chiropractic group study room. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Looking out and seeing people lounging in our wonderful wingback chairs. Just beyond them, people sitting at their laptops working on projects or work. And just beyond them, this huge group of women working on crochet or knitting in a social circle, what we call the Stitch Walk and Talk program. That's just one side of the library, all that going on. That use of space is just so magical. We're really seeing that the library is being picked up as that third space, or as they call it, the community living room. People are coming there just to sit and be a part of this great building and to be a part of the community It's a way for them to get out of their homes if they're feeling isolated. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to buy a coffee. They don't have to be part of anything. They can just be, and we certainly welcome that. Some of the changes we've noticed in our space are increased computer usage. We had 7 computers in our old building. We have 12 now. It's always been a question of libraries. Are computers still important? The answer is yes. Computer usage has gone up dramatically in our new space, and we're really thrilled to see that because we keep monitoring it. Their usage went down during the advent of the smartphone, but obviously there are still a lot of people who do not have the access they need to the internet, to computers, to do what they need to do. And even as a social aspect for younger people, it's terrific. Increased room usage. We had 1 room in our previous building that we used for everything, meetings, programs, the works. We compared the numbers. We had 694 bookings in that room last year. We have 934 among our study rooms alone, and 503 bookings in our program rooms. So obviously, we're keeping them busy, people are using them, and a great increase there. The children's zone, you know, I think that's one of the key areas that you're going to see or witness an uptake in use. The number of families utilizing, whether it's the blue blocks, we had a climbing structure for a while, or some of the other activities that we offer, it is a beehive of activity. And whether it's a rainy day, a snowy day, or a PA day, the library is a space that many families are choosing to come to in order to keep their children busy, and we appreciate that. Adult programs. Wasaga Beach Public Library is providing more adults with opportunities to learn, socialize, and experience something new. We had 275 programs so far to date with more than 3,000 participants. We're really benefiting from the proximity to the RE/MAX by the Bay multi-purpose room. This room enables us to really boost the size of our programming to reach more people. Our previous room only accommodated about 30 people. Now, of course, we can program to 200, and that's a wonderful thing. We are really focusing on doing some of these larger programs just to ensure that our dollars go farther out into the community and address as many people as possible with grants funding from the Seniors Community Grant, as well as some of the grand opening dollars. We did a number of musical performances throughout the year from the Beaver Valley Community Band, which was a packed audience, to Barbershop Quartet. We even had Elvis through the building this summer. So we're really developing ways that people can be exposed to arts and culture, focusing not on competing with the town's events department. Most of our programming, we try to keep to the shoulder seasons when there is less programming through events and through other community organizations to ensure, once again, when the weather is bad in Wasaga Beach, there are opportunities for people to get out of their house. The library with adults is focusing on literary pursuits. We provide a number of book clubs, writing clubs, and other opportunities, meet the authors, author talks, that people can really feed their souls with knowledge. We're also focusing on expanding understanding of the world for adults with travel talks, gardening talks, health and wellness talks. It's all available through the library. One of the new things that we've put a focus on this year is genealogy and instruction and help. It's a programming set that keeps growing. So many people want to know how to do it. Many libraries in other areas of Ontario offer this sort of support, and we're happy to do it here now too. We still have many more exciting things to come today. Our lifelong lecture series launches its very first lecture, Artificial Intelligence and Humanity. That's this afternoon, followed by a lecture from a Canadian spy next week. Once again, a way to raise awareness. This is part of the Third Age Network lecture series, trying to provide higher caliber lecturers to people in our community who are perhaps higher thinkers. Also coming this fall is our Artsy Adults project. We secured funding from the Seniors Community Grant from the Government of Ontario. We're going to be able to offer 10 fantastic programs to older adults that address different ways to be creative. We're bringing in experts on a different number of medium who will teach our residents how to get involved, how to tap their creative side, and we're looking forward to that. Also coming up is Georgian Bay Reads. It's a battle of the books between 5 libraries and 5 Canadian authors and 5 defenders. That is October 26th, and it's the first time Wasaga Beach have hosted this event in at least 10 years, so it's great to be there. The library is doing its part to keep Wasaga Beach adults engaged with their community. Family programs. I think when it comes to children's engagement, I'm going to blow our horn, and I don't think there's a local organization that is delivering more opportunities than our library. We had 356 programs to date with more than 8,000 family members involved. And I think that we can thank that wonderful Remax room next to us to really helping us expand the ways that we can bring children and families together for some great edutainment is what we call it. So where else can children in this community go to be exposed to creative critters, Zoo to You programs, magicians, planetariums? We've been bringing it to our community to give our children a way to experience something new and learn something along the way. We've put significant effort into promoting literacy. We have so many wonderful story time programs, story time with music, story time with Humane Society animals. I'm talking puppies and kittens in the library, people. It's the best thing ever. Story time with yoga, story time with local authors. It's wonderful, all these different opportunities. And if you need help with your literacy, we have one-on-one tutoring for literacy. We have reading buddies. We have online tutoring. It's all available through our library. We just wrapped up our TD Summer Reading Club School Challenge. We had 453 participants who read over 140,000 minutes this summer. So we're doing our part to keep our children engaged and learning. We're also encouraging children to explore science and the arts, slime clubs, creative opportunities, and we take the effort to create collaborations. We have Early On coming into our building twice a week in order to provide some excellent advice for parents as well as programming. We partner with homeschoolers and we partner with our community clubs, creating programming for the Brownies, Scouts, and anybody else who is looking for these opportunities. Still to come in children's programming this fall, our wonderful Holly Jolly Christmas Fest that we celebrate the joy of giving, that will be scheduled. So we're doing our best. We're doing our best to inspire young minds and keep them coming into our community to interact and learn new things. Speaking of learning new things, our wonderful new maker space, it was a little slow to launch due to equipment installation, but in March it was official. We opened those doors and we've had 103 programs to date, acknowledging that in our digital lab, the Wasaga Beach Lion Club's digital lab, space is limited. We can only program to so many at a time, but we've had more than 1,000 people participate in different makerspace programming. The value of the 3D programs is just so important to our community, encouraging people of all ages to learn about this sort of technology. And this is the technology that may help people expand their careers, create income generating opportunities, or take this knowledge and progress it into something special. Who knows where the children will achieve and what they're going to do in the future, but we want to make sure that they have access. Our vinyl cutter programs are also important for our community, especially for the entrepreneurs who are operating in our borders. This sort of technology enables them to create their own promotions at a price that is highly affordable so that they can do what they need to do to progress their business and their income. We've been introducing people to sound recording It's so amazing to see musicians meet and learn about different ways that they can use our equipment in order to progress their careers. And we also have put a focus on digital arts, programs like animation, stop animation, drawing, video editing. Those are all things that we've offered within our lab. In the Chamber of Commerce Learning Lab, it's a totally different, more hands-on artistic way of addressing creativity. We have done programming with many different mediums, from watercolor painting to sewing to crafts with paper to creating, destroying computers and rebuilding with computer parts. We're really focusing on upcycling in this lab so that we save costs on materials, but also utilize what's out there in the world so that we're not creating a garbage problem, we're solving that problem. Looking forward, we still have so much more that we are going to bring on board with our maker spaces. We're bringing on board our heat press, which will also be great for entrepreneurs in our community. We're bringing on board more woodworking, and we're going to be broaching an Avid Learning Collective partnership that takes learning on music recording platforms and music composition platforms, as well as video editing, to a higher level for those in the community who need that sort of instruction. Right now, our programs are free. Our goal right now is to encourage people to utilize our maker spaces, learn what they're about, learn the technologies. However, we do charge for materials so that when people have learned the basics on how to use it, if they take advantage of our equipment in the open hours, that they're covering not only the cost of their materials, but there's obviously a profit built in there that covers the cost for our programming and the materials there as well. We just want to make sure that we're removing all barriers to the discovery for all of these products at this time. Down the road, there are other opportunities that we can look at for cost recovery. Different libraries who have had maker spaces longer sometimes charge just for membership to the space, and we can look at that. Right now, we're just getting our gears turning in our maker space, but I think that it's a great addition to our community. I like to blow our horn about the library and all that it's doing, but of course it sounds so much better when it's coming from members of the community. These are just some of the comments that we have received from the library's users, and I think that it really just showcases the positivity that this new building has been met with by those who live here. Budget notes. I just wanted to talk briefly on the library's budget so that members of council as well as the public understand how the library is funded. We worked with the Treasury Department to smooth out the 2024 budget so that there weren't huge increases and spiking the taxation rate, and I think we were successful with that. We need to understand that 87% of the operational budget is for staffing, and that's important. The staffing are the individuals who plan the programming, plan the services, provide the services, perform the administration, manage the collection, and all those other things that are happening in the library. It just so happens that most of the comments we hear from the community are about our fantastic staffing, and we're pretty proud of that too. The remainder of the operating budget, which is about 13%, is about $200,000. And that $200,000 is spread out over 25 budget lines. You can see that it gets pretty thin. So when it comes time to making cuts or trying to find savings, it can be challenging. This $200,000 pays for everything from facilities costs to our software licensing, to our programming, advertising, it all fits in there. And let me just say, I think that's a pretty tight budget for making some of the magic happen that does happen here in the library. Where does this funding come from? Unfortunately, we don't currently have a lot of revenue generating opportunities with the Remax by the Bay multipurpose space not being under our purview. That's a nice amount of revenue that we're not seeing, unfortunately. However, knowing that we can use that space, that's terrific. We do have spaces for rent, our meeting rooms, as well as our learning lab is soon to be available. However, we have not seen as much revenue generated by those spaces as we hoped. We find that between our community partners offering their services as well as drop-in users, it's just not making as much money as we like. However, the board and the library staff have created a new working group. We will be looking at other opportunities for revenue generation in the new year, so we're really focusing on how we can be more cost effective, how we can bring in a few more dollars to help subsidize what we're doing here. So our main funding source for the library is our municipal taxpayers, who cover about 90% plus of our costs at the library, and we certainly appreciate that we will use their money fiscally responsibly and wisely and make it go as far as we can go in order to ensure that as many people as possible have access to our service and can certainly utilize our programs. The Simcoe Digital Library Service is not listed here, but it's something that everybody needs to be aware of. They do not provide us with funding, but what they do provide us is a host of services valued at over $50,000 annually. It's through the Simcoe County Digital Library Service, which is supported through Simcoe County's IT department and offered to the Simcoe County libraries here in our area. It provides access to digital platforms that are very highly expensive, that if we had to fund them ourselves would be adding $50,000 plus to our annual budget. So we can't thank them enough. It's everything from our internal library system. That's the system that manages our membership as well as our collection. It provides us with access to databases, including online tutoring, LinkedIn Learning, and our press reader digital publications, as well as the platform for our digital books. So the Simcoe County Digital Library Service is certainly essential to our service provision. The Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, they provide us with $30,000 in provincial funding in order to provide library service. Unfortunately, this amount has not changed since the 1990s, even though the community has grown and so has the library. We're certainly hopeful that that may change in the future. The library team is always looking for grant opportunities so that we can offer more to our community members. We have been fortunate enough in 23-24 to receive a seniors community grant that we provided our community seniors with trips to cultural attractions last fall, as well as musical opportunities this spring. We, as I talked briefly, have funding again for our Artsy Adults project to provide instruction in arts. We were successful in obtaining $500 from the International Dyslexia Association Ontario. This enabled us to buy special books, decodable books, for those who are experiencing dyslexia so they can help with their reading. And we were successful in getting $1,000 from the Canadian Parents for French Ontario, which enabled us to provide some French programming in our library for those who are not just French, but hoping to have their children enter our French immersion program at the Worsley Elementary School. The library is also very thankful for the generous donors that we have, in particular our Friends of Wasaga Beach Public Library. This is a group of approximately 30 plus volunteers who we could not live without. Not only do they volunteer at some of our big functions, but they also fundraise, and their fundraising has helped the library do more. And by more, I mean they supplied $750 so that the library could bring busloads of elementary school children to our new space in order for them to tour what the facility is all about and see all that we do. The Friends also have provided us with $3,700 to support the TD Summer Reading Club school challenge. It's through those funds that we're able to provide some fantastic grand prizes for the schools as well as the children who are participating, as well as incentives to keep those children reading. We were lucky enough to have another couple of donors who were excited about the TD Reading Club, and they also provided $750. So those are just some highlights of our budget, and we can't thank the Friends as well as all of our community members enough for their support of the new library. The library is striving to make the community's investment in our facility worthwhile. Our staff make a concerted effort to listen to all of our residents, to identify what more we can do to improve the quality of life for everybody who calls Wasaga Beach home. I'd now like Lorraine Gruzek, Board Chair, to say a few words.
Thank you, Pam. Your overview of what's been happening at our library over the past 8 months tells the story of the impact that the library is having on our town. And that's thanks to the staff and the volunteers who help the people of our town find it at the library every day. Mayor Smith and Council, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Library Board. Partnered with the Arena, the library is becoming a favorite destination for people in our town. Every aspect of the library is positioned to expand. We're becoming an anchor to people to learn, to access services, to connect with others, and we're following home and work in becoming the third space that's so important to our communities. Pam has outlined the revenue sources and the funding that currently supports the library, and the board is preparing for future capital costs through reserve budget planning. We're also, as Pam explained, we're exploring additional revenue generating actions, and we are definitely planning expansion in that area in 2025. The library board continually analyzes our successes, and we do our best to ensure that we keep the conditions in place to sustain them. And we also look ahead for the potential challenges. We ask our CEO, Pam, the what-if questions. And the key question over the last 8 months, what has come out of the last 8 months of the library being open has been, what if the community expectations exceed our capacity? In considering this question, we know from Pam's overview that our community partnerships with schools and the other groups and the organizations are at the center of the anchor that makes our library that third space. So, after considering our mandate and our goals, the board's response to this question lies in 2 actions. First, we need to pay attention to and be ready to respond to the service needs of the full Wasaga Beach community, seniors, families, youth, vulnerable groups, and the 4 existing schools in our town. And second, we need to promote and support a comprehensive approach to the partnerships that will bring a kindergarten to grade 12 education to Wasaga Beach. This is an amazing opportunity that's ahead for our town to educate our students in our town. It's one with the potential for incredible success for all stakeholders, especially our young people and their families. So Pam's data and information has given you the details. It takes a long time to tell the story of the impact that the library is having on our community. We thank you for your support. Over the last 8 months, we've opened this amazing new library, and it's due to the partnership that the town and the council has in place with the library and the library board. So thank you, and it's been an amazing opportunity for everyone to welcome the new library to our town, and again, thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Lorraine and Pam. Very informative. Lots of numbers there for certain. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Pam, for that really detailed report. It was awesome, and the facility is incredible, I gotta say. I have one question, because I think the public would like to hear that. You indicated that there's technical support for computers and phones. Would that be for Macs, PCs, iPads, iPhones? So, because I know a lot of seniors don't know how to use their phones. So would they come there and then you would briefly show them, or do they need to make an appointment? Or if you can elaborate on that?
Thank you, through your worship. There's many different options. One of them is they can register for one-on-one support with a staff member, and that is a booked one-on-one support. You can see through our website where you can register for that, or you can call us and set that up. So that is for anything from Apple products to PCs to smartphones. We do our best. If it is a topic that we're just not capable of providing instruction for, then we will certainly do that. But my staff, much to my dismay, will even teach themselves what they need to know in order to provide the instruction that they need to provide in order for people in the community to do what they need to do. So they go above and beyond. The other option, of course, is if people are just coming in to utilize our public computers next to our service desks, our staff are available to help them progress their way through a website or access their email or whatever the question may be. We are there to help. When it comes to more complex things, I highly recommend the registration so that we ensure that they get the time and the instruction that they need.
All right, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, thank you. That was an amazing overview. I know it was lengthy, but it was really informative. I just will speak to maybe 3 things that I always highlight in the bookmobile. I'm certainly happy to see that outreach growing. It's so needed, and that was really positive on that. Being a member of the Age-Friendly Council, I know you're putting it to good use, and I do keep going back to saying that you are like an Ontario service hub. We are so confident in the people that we send to the library. We get feedback, how informative and helpful you are there when come in looking for advice and where to go, so you do direct many people. So I see that as a great asset to our town. I was happy to children's story time, of course, is always really nice, but seriously, for the children of this community, I can see how vital that library is. To bring the families in there, I go in often, I'll pop in if I'm at the arena or whatever, and it is really a welcoming site. We've discussed some things, about your tech equipment, and I know the board and you will be looking into those issues, how to elevate that. But overall, I really couldn't be happier. Now, just a story with a visitor that came to see me this summer, and of course I had to take her in the library, and I didn't realize she had been a librarian. And she did say, I would move here for this library. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and great presentation from both of you. Thank you. It's nice to see the uptick on all the non-traditional services provided, whether it's community food bank to the children's activities, the knitting and all that. See the uptick on that was really, really, really great. You posed an interesting question, though, Lorraine, about what does it look like when the capacity of the current library is smaller than the need? And having this conversation 8 months into the life of a brand new $12 million facility is interesting. But I think that obviously planning for that is essential, and I hope to see in the future, whether it's satellite locations or other outreach programs or whatever to fulfill the needs of the community. I can't wait to see the future of that conversation. I think it's an important question, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor White, because I'm happy to report as a member of the Library Board that the board is working on long-term strategic planning, and some of those issues certainly are top of mind in that. I just want to say how exciting it is to be that member on the Library Board from Council, because I've kind of gone from being a very rare library user to a whole new world, and the capacity of that space just shows how much more can be done by the number of visitors that are coming through. I think it's exciting to reiterate that we are going to be hosting Georgian Reads on October 26th, which is a wonderful literary event. I attended my first last year, and it's another opportunity to show off our great town to the people that come here. I do want to also commend Pam and her staff on how great the social media is. There's so many, everything that's happening, I get it in my news feed and share it with people, and my friends are always buzzing about some of the programming that they uptake, and it's just a wonderful opportunity. Also, I couldn't not acknowledge my board colleague, Peggy Harris, former councillor of Georgian Highlands, who's an amazing addition to the board, as well as the EDTAC, Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Board, and a familiar face in the council chambers. And again, as a proud member of the library board, thank you for that great presentation, because every time I am audience to a presentation, I learn how great the library is performing. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Timms. And now Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. Congratulations, and again, please, these kind of numbers aren't generated by a board alone. You have a very enthusiastic and passionate team, so pass on our thanks. But I do want to comment also on the quality of your presentation. Every year, not just the numbers are great, but the presentation is great, because as we invested in this library, there were many, many comments on social media as to, why, libraries are redundant, and, why are we spending this money on a library? And I think you demonstrate that it is an investment that is needed and produces great results. And I would obviously encourage you to share this information every way you can. Hopefully we can maybe do a blow up of some of these and have them in the library, but certainly it's very exciting to see the growth, and I'm sure it'll continue. And just to your comment about capacity, I wasn't sure if that meant physical space or additional staff. I think capacity, I think we have pretty good room to grow within our current space, but that there may need to be further investment as we go along. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation. I really loved the makerspace slide with the intergenerational photo. I think that's always a great opportunity when you can get young folks sitting alongside more senior folks and being able to learn from each other. Looking at your numbers, you've got, it looks like the overall operating budget annually is 1.6475. And out of that, 117 and change thousand is capital. So now that the building is pretty much outfitted and your fixtures and stuff are finished, do you foresee that same 117,000 K or whatnot for capital going forward next year?
Through your worship. Yes, I think that our capital budget is going to remain consistently within that realm, and here's why. We are updating our collection every year, and that's necessary, A, to keep it fresh, but B, because the number of people moving into our community is also expanding. We do have best practices for the number of collection items we should have on hand for our community members. We have not met that level yet, surprisingly. However, due to the constraints of our space, we still need to keep the materials coming and going. We just can't stop purchasing books at 2024. So that is a cost that is ongoing. Our cost for, we have been, one of our high costs, if you look around our library, of course, is technology. The replacement for the staff technology, the public technology, all of the technology comes at a price. And of course, there are best before dates for technology that we need to abide by in order for them to be able to, the equipment to be able to run the platforms that they need to run. So a number of the dollars not just go into our equipment budget today, they are set aside into reserves to manage a potential spike in equipment purchases in the future. We received government funding for municipal modernization grant that enabled us to buy things like self-checkout stations. Those do come at a high ticket price. What they've enabled us to do is manage some of our additional traffic. Currently, they are utilized for about 20% of all circulation transactions. And what that does is that takes away the need for our service team to do those simple transactions that people just want to sign out and go, and have more time to deal with the community members who have more questions about our community, about the library, about our building, about other things. So when that technology comes due for replacement, we need to ensure that we have those dollars in our reserves to help smooth out the taxation impact of those sorts of things. As well, we are setting aside a few dollars in our furniture and equipment budget. Furniture in public spaces does not last long. Anybody who has operated a public space knows this. Just the wear and tear on your car seats when you get in and out every day is high. Imagine 70,000+ people a year sitting in a seat, and what happens. There are libraries that have been really unlucky and had to reupholster a number of chairs within the first year of opening. Luckily, we're not in that position. However, we need to ensure that when it comes time for replacing chairs, tables, that sort of thing, that once again we have some dollars in reserve in order to fund those replacements. Our capital budget, we also have to consider, as we talked about, future growth and what the library plans to do with expansion, whether that means a purpose-built bookmobile down the road, another branch down the road, book kiosks down the road. And it just makes sense for us to future plan to ensure that potentially we have some capital reserve funds building in order to handle some of these bigger capital asks. So sadly, the reality is that I think our capital budget will remain in and around the $100,000 mark as we move forward.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Deputy.
Your Worship, through you, just as a follow-up. And that's where I think, I really applaud the board and your staff looking at revenue-generating opportunities. I know I keep hammering this and I sound like a broken horse, but in order to pay for this expensive equipment and the materials that are being used, I think that really needs to be looked at. And I know the cost of programming and to hire a magician or to have Reptilia or whatnot come in, there is a cost to that. Has your board considered charging a small fee, especially when you're using the Remax room for specialty programming?
Through your worship. Yes, that is something that we have considered, and you'll probably see some changes in 2025 to help us recoup some of these costs. So we are developing a plan for 2025 to look at our programming in particular as a potential source for collecting a few more dollars, acknowledging that once again, our goal is to be accessible and inclusive for everybody in our community. So we do not want to make money the barrier to access for some of these programs, but we are certainly looking at it. You will see some changes there in 2025.
Sorry, Your
Go
Worship.
ahead.
I had a few. Thank you. And to follow up to your comment, I agree about accessibility and inclusion. And, there could be some simple signage or somehow a communication piece to go out that if you identify to be financially struggling and you still want access to the program, there could be some sort of discreet way in which they can. But I think a lot of folks would be more than happy to put $5, even $10. If I'm going to a program for 3 hours with my child or 2 hours with my child, I would gladly pay, because as we all know, there's financial pressures all around, right? So we all need to be tightening our screws as much as we can as we're approaching the next year's budget. And just one final point, out of curiosity, the TD Reading Club, I I appreciate you mentioned the sponsors and the Friends of the Library and the financials that contributed to that in order to give prizes. What does TD Bank give in order to get that title?
TD Bank, through your worship, TD Bank has sponsored, it's a Canada-wide system and platform for reading clubs right across Canada through libraries. Libraries can choose to utilize their resources or not. So they pay designers to create whole marketing packages for this so that libraries don't have to do it individually. They create promotional materials. They create swag. They create all sorts of things through the sponsorship of TD that are made available to the different libraries. So it's just something that TD has done themselves, and as libraries we can choose to follow and utilize their resources, or we can go off on our own branch. We have chosen to utilize their resources because they also have prizes for libraries who achieve certain milestones, and we're certainly trying to get a prize this year. It equates to approximately $8,000 to $10,000. So by following their footsteps, utilizing their theme. They set a theme each summer. It was space and rocket ships this year. We're trying to generate some money back through their prize award system, and on the one hand, it makes it easier. We don't always agree. We have deviated in the past, but if there are tools available for us, it just makes sense to use them.
All done? All right. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Mayor. I just forgot one point that was important, and that I try to travel through the library parking lot on every day or every other day, but being very inviting, it isn't just indoors. I was past the other day, and we had a very significant landscaping crew. I think it shout out to Kevin or to Chris, who was involved, but they were maintaining all the gardens and the lawns, and that's very important too on this kind of investment. So thank you for keeping on top of that.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments from council? It's a good point you make, Councillor. It's good to see that it's getting cleaned up, and we now have an irrigation system installed, which I think is going to help keep the grass alive, which will help keep the weeds down. We're going to look at those beds, I think, moving forward, and how to simplify them so as that they're more manageable, because at this point it is a ton of resource and manpower to look after it. Great informative presentation, Pam and Lorraine, thank you. I think it's important that citizens see this. So, as was mentioned earlier, how do we now get this out, push it out so as that as many people can possibly see this and understand it? Because I still get, on a very regular basis, questions, why do we need a library? Very few people use it, so on and so forth, and I think it's important to get those numbers out there so the general public has an understanding of that. And I absolutely understand what you mean by wear and tear on equipment and furniture. In my business, we spend a ton of money every few years on maintaining that. An interesting point for me was you talk about having to upgrade the collection. So when you upgrade, you add to, obviously you have some room now, but eventually what happens with the other books? Is there a general depository where they go back and other libraries can draw from that and we can draw from it as well? Or what happens with the old inventory, if you will?
The reality is we have barely made any books disappear for about 4 years. We've been trying to grow the collection knowing that this building is coming, and we still have capacity in our shelves that we will be keeping most of the items for at least until they're filled. So when it comes time that we do have to what we call weed, what happens to the items is while the bookmobile's running, that's a great opportunity to ensure that they get out into the community that way. We also make them available through our book sale, so that generates a few dollars for us. Or we have our little free library book houses throughout our community that we sometimes put items in to keep them stocked, to keep the community reading. There are other opportunities if we had enough, which I don't think will ever be there, that we can sell them to third-rate jobbers that will pay us a very small fraction of the price of a book in order to take them off our hands, which is ideal for much larger systems who have skids full of books that they are removing after, let's say, 10, 15 years, that those items just aren't as utilized as they once were. For us, it's mainly, we're still focused on growth. Once we hit our peak point, then it will be sales-oriented, trying to get some dollars back from those books or distributing them through the community through other ways.
All right, thank you very much. So we look forward to budget time, or maybe we don't. And we will all sharpen our pencils and move forward, but congratulations to you and the staff, and to you, Lorraine, and your board for the hard work and great work you do in our community, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion here that the presentation by Chair Lorraine Gruzak and CAO Pam Powell, Wasaga Beach Public Library Board pertaining to the 8th month review presentation be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item number 10 on the agenda, delegations. We have no delegations today. And under 11, government relations, we'll look to the CAO for an update on this. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We're just going to provide a quick update on some tweaking to the organizational structure. As you may recall, we've had our new structure in place for approximately a year. I'd like to start off by congratulating Nicole Rubley for the permanent appointment to the Development Services, GM of Development Services. So with that opportunity, we all took the opportunity to step back. We've been at this for a year. Are there any minor changes that we wanted to make just to make the organization a little more efficient? So some small changes. HR has now been moved into the CAO's office. We've also made some changes with the chief and GM Lalonde. We've taken the facilities group, and that is now under the chief, and I think he welcomes that challenge and that opportunity to grow his portfolio. The major reason for that is our GM Lalonde has had a massive portfolio, and we felt we needed to take some of that and help with some of that burden, just to give GM Lalonde a better quality of life, and so he'll be helping the chief in that transition as well. Yeah. He's got a spring in his step, which is great. So again, just minor changes, but we just wanted to share those with council for your information.
Well, thank you, Andrew, and it's good to see that staff are constantly looking at how to tweak things and to be more efficient, and we appreciate that. So good work, and again, congratulations, Nicole. We're confident you'll do a great job, and we look forward to moving forward with the team and getting great things done at Wasaga Beach. All right, anything else, Andrew?
Nope, that is it.
All right, thank you. Now moving on to staff reports. And we do have a few items that have been pulled, items 10.3, 10.5, and I understand 10.4, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the beginning of the meeting, we did hear 2 pecuniary interests being declared on item 10.4 with regards to the Legion lease. Due to that, I'm going to suggest that we bring that down to matters for consideration, and that will allow the 2 councillors to still vote on the consent reports that are remaining.
Excellent, thank you very much. So the following items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration, and as I said, 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5. Are there any other comments from council or staff with respect to the consent reports? Seeing none, recommendations of the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And then moving on to the next item, which is correspondence. The following correspondence have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Items 11.1 and 11.4. Are there any other comments or questions from council or staff with respect to the consent on correspondence? Seeing none, the following consent list items under correspondence for the information excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and moved to matters for consideration be voted on separately. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, second by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Minutes of boards and committees. The following consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Any questions or comments on these items? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Eagle and Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 15 is matters for consideration, and we'll now come back to the first matter, which is pulled by Councillor White, Councillor Belanger, Deputy Mayor Snell, and I will look to Councillor White to speak to this item. This is the, sorry, Councillor White, this is with respect to the ADR Chambers Integrity Commissioner's Office investigation report. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, after reading this and being involved in this fiasco since day one, I am just very disappointed. To have a two-term council member be deemed to have brazen contempt for the office of the Integrity Commissioner, the town administration, and of course, taxpayers' dollars, it's quite saddening. It's shocking to see how the evidence was misrepresented by the applicant, only to serve her agenda of gaslighting people to think that we paid $1,000 or somebody paid $1,000 for us to attend a fundraising event, which is simply not true. While my actions were deemed ordinary, in the conclusion that the applicant was unaware of the purpose of the rule is damning. As I said, she's on the council for 2 terms. And lastly, to have the actions of the office of our MPP called into question is just beyond belief. Again, all I can really say is that I'm just really sadly let down. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor White, and now I'll look to Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor, and I will say I'm also very disappointed in this and have a number of comments. One thing I do want to acknowledge that Lorraine Guzak, our chair of the library board, expressed her excitement about a new K-12, and I will tell you, related to his Integrity Commissioner report, a number of members of council, actually the mayor was away at the time, were invited to have the opportunity to advocate for a new high school with Minister Lecce and some of our senior staff, and there was no cost to the municipality. And, you know, I think we all agree how badly needed a high school was. But with zero evidence, Mrs. Bray accuses council members of wrongdoing. And to what end? I assume Mrs. Bray agrees that Wasaga Beach clearly needs and deserves a high school. So I can only surmise that the intent was to discredit this council. And I have pointed out many times, there are a small group of individuals within our community on social media regularly that look at every opportunity to misrepresent and try to discredit this council. And in this case, as Councillor White said, at considerable expense to the taxpayer. Because although, fortunately, the complaint against Deputy Mayor Snell and myself were dismissed quickly by the Integrity Commissioner, there was an investigation. And these are lawyers, our Integrity Commissioners, and there's considerable expense involved. And I want to point out how rare it is that an Integrity Commissioner would take the action to make this report public, because this is very rare. I've been here 9 years and this has never happened. But basically, the Integrity Commissioner felt this was an extreme case. This was a case with no evidence that members of council were accused of wrongdoing and breaking rules. And then when the Integrity Commissioner does his due diligence and finds that there was no wrongdoing, what does Mrs. Bray do? She breaks the rules by not adhering to the confidentiality of the report and letting that information out into the public and to a paper to I guess it's so it's a very sad situation, and I think our residents really need to understand or come to their own conclusion as to what the motives were. But further in the report, Mrs. Brace indicates she had received a photo of the event from a friend. We believe the photo was taken from Minister Leger and shared that with our MPP, Brian Saunderson. And to my knowledge, no one has seen this photo, and I'm somewhat concerned as to how this photo went from the office of the MPP, and I'm sure Brian Saunderson's would be concerned as well, is how that got out into the public and to Mrs. Bray might be something he wants to look into. So again, just a very sad situation, and again, to our residency, please understand that there are some active members of our community that are trying to discredit the very hard work of the council that I believe has been doing a great job of always putting our community first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor White?
Thank you, for Your Worship, for putting me out of turn here. I wanted to clarify something that Councillor Belanger said. It's not that there was no evidence presented, because that would be misleading. Ms. Bray did present evidence. The evidence was very clear that there was no gift given to myself or any of you who attended with me to this event. The evidence that she presented was very clear in that she changed the evidence by saying it had, in the complaint, she had written that the evidence said something different than it actually had said. That's where the misrepresentation came in. So this is where I get really upset about this, is she had evidence, clear evidence, that said there was no cost to anybody, therefore there was no gift received. And she changed that. And that's the point where I get really upset, because it's that change that caused the investigation, which cost the taxpayers of this town money. Now, whether it's $1, $1,000, or $1 million, it doesn't matter. The taxpayer dollars that we collect in this municipality should go to servicing the community, and this does not serve the community. It serves some sort of an ego. So I just want to be very clear that the evidence was there, and it was not in her favor.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to your point, Councillor White, I recall in our last meeting when the report came forward, the cost to the taxpayers is $11,000. So significant for sure, and disappointing.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to that, Deputy Mayor Snell, and through Your Worship, I did look, so the reporting period from the IC, last council agenda, was from February 2023 to February 2024. I did look at the accounts payable to date, and it appears that we have spent another $2,500 on Integrity Commissioner services.
Thank you very much. Now we're looking to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, yes, I'm focusing on the money as well and the confidentiality that I'd like the public to realize the cost of this has not come from this council investigating other councils. It's come from a member of the public, as who we know, and that it's really important. Other people have been sanctioned, but you are not allowed to speak to that. So that she went public with this, then that airs. So it's important that the public realize the cost that this is costing the taxpayer through no fault of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I wanted to also share with council, and I'm not going to share a great deal today, that this issue, the IC issue, is simply the tip of the iceberg here. There are a number of other issues that pertain to this individual and their partner that are negatively impacting this corporation, not only staff, but the taxpayers of our community. There's another item going on, which I will not get into detail, which is of equal cost to the taxpayer. So the financial cost is well over $22,000 currently that these fishing expeditions are costing. What I would recommend to council is I'd be prepared to report back with details of all of the issues that we are facing as a result of these expeditions. So if you'd like, I'd be happy to bring that forward to the next council meeting.
Thank you, Andrew. I think council would absolutely be interested in that, but I'll just look to the clerk procedurally, if we make sure we're on solid ground to do that. I ask procedurally because we do not want to break any of the code of conduct or procedural bylaws in doing so, but I think it is vitally important that the general public understand what is happening here and the amount of tax dollars that is being wasted, quite frankly. On this. So procedurally, or with respect to the code of conduct, Madam Clerk, would that be appropriate?
Thank you, Your Worship. Currently, there's a motion before council to receive this for information. It would be appropriate under council requested staff reports to direct the CAO to return with a report of that nature. At that time, the CAO and I would work together and understand the contents of that report and review the open meeting rules of the Municipal Act and determine how most appropriate to bring that information back to council is.
All right, so seeing that, I'm just going to make some comments. Are any other staff who wish to comment on this item? All right, I have some comments, and then we'll go to the motion. I'd like to say this is disappointing, but it's not, because I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the least bit. I'm a little bit disgusted, but not surprised. But I want to make very clear to the public, because I understand that perhaps the question is already out there in the public, why it is that council is making this particular issue and this particular investigation from the Integrity Commissioner public. And I want to be clear, council did not make this issue public. Mrs. Bray made this issue public by breaching the confidentiality of the Integrity Commissioner's investigation. And in follow-up to that, the investigation and the Integrity Commissioner, sent this letter to the town to respond to the fact that this breach of confidentiality occurred. And he actually mentions in his report, if you read it, which is on the town's website under this agenda, that this is a special circumstance, that he does so because of this. Now, I'll be the first to say I do not agree with the way the integrity commissioners operate, and the fact that, you know, an investigation is confidential, and if a member of this council is found guilty, then it becomes public. But if a member of council is found not guilty, then it's to remain confidential. Now, I don't know anywhere else in the free world where if you're accused of something, you don't have every right to defend yourself and to make known your defense and your accuser public, except for in this situation. So I do not agree with it. I believe if I'm accused of something, I should have the right to scream it from the rooftops. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and so we respect this rule. And, you know, I'm sure that Ms. Bray might indicate that she's not bound by the rules of the Integrity Commissioner, and today she's right. She's just an everyday citizen now. But I would hope that whether you agree with this council or the Integrity Commissioner or anything to do with the process of local government, that having sat in one of these seats, that you would at least respect the office and the process. Clearly, that's not the case. I also am disgusted with the fact that, you know, Mrs. Bray indicates and implicates one of our local MPPs in releasing this photo to the public somehow to get back to her. Now, I could care less that the photo was released because it's a photo. I was out of town, but when I was contacted by the CAO to say we've been invited to this, would you like council and yourself to attend? Obviously, I couldn't. I was out of the country, but I immediately asked, are we breaking any rules here or any of our policies? And when told no, I encouraged this. Our job as council is to do just that, to lobby if we see fit, to seek out individuals that can help move our community forward. I mean, we have conferences every year that the federal, provincial government puts on, AMO puts on, Roma puts on, Good Road puts on, where we have opportunities to do just that, to meet with members of parliament, to be able to lobby them for things that we require and need within our communities or our counties, or simply just to move the province forward in a way that we see is perhaps maybe better. And every council, 444 municipalities in this province, takes full advantage of this. And I think that this council would be remiss and negligent, quite frankly, if given an opportunity where we'd be breaking no rules or ethics, to attend and have another opportunity with then the Minister of Education to promote Wasaga Beach and why we desperately, our children desperately need a fulsome and full level of education, and to have a high school that I'm proud to say I implemented a task force in my first term of council, and we fought like hell to try and get. And the success is here. Councillor White, you sat on that committee. The chair of our library board sat on that committee and a task force, and we worked hard, and we were quite successful. And here we sit today with not only a Catholic school from K to 12 being built in our community and will be open for our kids in the next 3 years, but now a drastic shift, which I'm happy to see by the Simcoe County District School Board, to move us up to number 2 on their priority list. And this council, this staff, will do everything we can to assist, to lobby, to meet with members of parliament, to make sure that we are selected and that moves forward so we have a second high school for our children in the not too distant future. And how anyone could try to weaponize that is beyond me. It's appalling. It's sickening. When we announced, and when the announcement was made for the Catholic high school, these same group of people come out about why it shouldn't be and why it should be a public school and why we're paying favoritism to a Catholic board. Why didn't we make this offer to both boards? Well, we did. But it doesn't matter. The point is our children win here. And I don't think there could be anything that this council does, or any council can do for that matter, nothing more important than to make sure that we look after our future generations. So shame on Mrs. Bray for the amount of tax dollars she's wasting, yet preaches we do the same thing. And, you know, I could go on and on. I have the report in front of me. I've read it countless times ad nauseum. But I don't think there's a need. I think the point is clear. We did not make this public. Mrs. Bray made this public by breaching the rules of what she accuses us of doing. So, Council, I want to be clear. Kudos to the members that were able to make it. Job well done. Pictures or no pictures is irrelevant. I'm happy that Minister Lecce thought it was great to take a photo and send that to the local MPP to say, hey, look what your constituents are doing, and look what I'm doing meeting with your constituents. So the kids can have a high school. We did it once, we've done it several times, and we'll do it again if given the opportunity. I'll leave it at that. There's no other questions or comments from council. We do have a motion that recommends that the ADR Chambers Integrity Commissioner's Office Investigation Report IC 326-06-0624 dated August 13th, 2024 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. On the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snow.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you, Your
Thank you,
Worship.
Madam Clerk. Now, do we need another motion with respect to the staff report request?
Yes, it would be most appropriate in that section of the agenda, and I'll remind Your Worship.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to the next item, which is the Sports and Entertainment Corporation
Sir.
Shareholders Declaration.
Your Worship, I apologize for interrupting. Could we go to 10.4, the Legion report?
We can do that. I'll have to go back to see it. All right, 10.4, so we'll go back to 10.4, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 645 and the Fernbrook Hall lease. And who's going to speak to this? Mr. Deputy CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd be happy to get the lease back to council. It's
Sorry, Mr. Deputy CAO, I just want to make note for the record that both Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Timms have pushed away from the table as they have pecuniary interests. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So happy to bring this lease back for council's approval, hopefully approval today. I think it serves both the municipality and the Legion quite well. It's going to be a great relationship. We've got a 3-year term for the Legion to start to grow their roots, grow their membership, which I hear is growing exponentially as I speak. Gives them a couple of years to get their feet underway. There's an option for them to renew. I think their long-term goal, of course, they'd like to own their own facility and move in there at some point in time, but that's kind of on their wish list and it's not an immediate opportunity. The lease itself is favorable for the town, certainly more money than we've generated revenue-wise in that facility over the past number of years. I think last year, there was only one rental the entire year. So the lease is favorable. It's $330 a month for the first year or 5% of gross revenues. That goes up year 2 to $415 or 6% of revenues. In year number 3, it's $500 or 7% of revenue. So it gives them a chance to grow. As they grow, the municipality should make more revenue back, and everybody kind of has that win-win situation. The liquor license itself is within the facility itself in the fenced-in backyard, or, that secure area in the back of the facility. And they'll run a canteen, so the canteen should give them a chance to generate some revenue. And truthfully, from a town perspective, that canteen has been a loss leader for us. We've actually not, generated a positive revenue, so that'll help the Legion there. And over the course of the 11 weeks of the summer, we run a summer camp, and that summer camp will be accommodated under this lease as well. So all in all, it's a well-rounded scenario, utilizes the facility to much greater advantage for one and all, and it does provide, during the ball tournaments and soccer tournaments and activities out at the park now, there will be somebody there running that canteen, serving water, hot dogs, those type of things. So I think it's a win-win, and I hopefully council agrees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy CAO, and I'll now open the floor to questions or comments from council members. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just really happy to see this come forward and come together. I know there's lots of anticipation in the community, and I really hope that the Legion takes advantage of renting out that space and hosting events, because it is underutilized and it is a great location and could be a great revenue generator to help them grow and sustain. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Councillor Ego.
Thank you. Maybe watching a ball game and being able to have a hot dog. That'd be really nice. But I'm happy to see it out there. I think it should be a good fit for the town. Thanks.
All right. No other questions or comments. I would just say that this is great work by staff, and we couldn't have better partners. We're happy. We're extremely happy to have a Legion branch number 645 in Wasaga Beach. And although it may not be our first Legion, we think it's going to be our most successful Legion. And no doubt a lot of people with some pent-up excitement to be able to get out there and enjoy what Legions have to offer, and look forward to working with the Legion a great deal in future. And I think we'll start that this November 11th. I think our Wasaga Beach Legion is going to host our Remembrance Day ceremonies when they should be held, in my opinion, on the 11th. And looking forward to them doing a great job. So the best of luck to them, and this is a great fit for both sides. So we do have a motion then that the report titled Royal Canadian Legion Branch 645 Fernbrook Hall Lease to the council meeting of September 12, 2024 be received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a lease agreement with the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 645 for the rental of Fernbrook Hall for a 3-year term with an option to renew under the terms outlined in Appendix A. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. On the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously with the 2 conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now we'll move on to the item Sports and Entertainment Corporation Shareholder Declaration. And that was pulled by Councillor DeLeo, but I'll look to Councillor DeLeo for comments.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I requested this item be pulled because I clearly indicated and voted previously that I am not in agreement with establishing a corporation for entertainment purposes. Sorry,
Madam, or Councillor DeLeo, I think we may have a code of conduct or a procedural issue. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. More procedural. Reconsideration. The motion already passed, giving direction to staff to incorporate the WBSE. Therefore, for a reconsideration, it must be from a council member on the prevailing side of the vote. In this instance, we cannot reconsider. We are discussing the shareholder declaration today for WBSE. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, and I guess the other, sorry, I'm going to let you go ahead a little further. I just wanted to caution you, Councillor, just in case, but I'll let you carry on and we'll see where it goes from here.
okay, thank you. Well, my main thing here was my name is added as a shareholder. I do not wish to have my name on that corporation. I want it removed.
So my understanding is that the shareholders is council, and so I'm not sure, I'll look to the clerk procedurally if you can opt out of that. You are a member of council, so Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Today, council, the sole shareholder of this corporation is the municipality. So council is the shareholder. You are, the councillors are each appointed as directors of the board. I will have to return to council with the deputy CAO on procedural items to remove a person as a director. We will have to get some guidance on that. However, today, council is representing as the shareholder to pass and consider the shareholder declaration.
All right, thank you. So we'll have to get back to you on that. Councillor, go ahead. Carry on. Was there more?
No, I just wanted to add, on my sake, I would be hypocritical if I'm on there considering I'm opposed to that. So this is why I wanted my name removed.
Okay. So we'll have the clerk check into that. I would just add, just my opinion, Councillor, I don't think you'd be hypocritical at all. I think even though you're opposed to it, if you're sitting on the board, all the more reason to sit on that board and make sure that things are moving along smoothly and that, you know, we're doing what's best for the community. But that's just my opinion. I think you'd do a fine job as a member on that board, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Through the mayor, just a clarification. It was my understanding that when council votes, whether there's opposition or not, as long as it's a quorum that approves a vote, it's then the responsibility for every member of council to align themselves to that vote. So frankly, I think the request is inappropriate, but that's my understanding.
Thank you, Councillor, and that's why I brought up the code of conduct issue, but I'm not sure, but we'll check into it all. I mean, I don't think we're at any point where anything's been flipped upside down yet, but I think it's important we get the information for the councillor so as that we have a clear understanding. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, to echo your comments earlier, I do feel as a member of council being on the board is part of our job, and whether we agree with it or not, I still think it's our duty to be there, and like Brian said, I think that you'd make a great board member. I think you should come to the table. I would ask you also to reconsider your position.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. In hearing councillors' comments, I think it's prudent that the Deputy CAO and I arrange a session, training session on how the board operates, what decisions are made as the board and as a shareholder of the corporation. So we will schedule that for a future meeting of council.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Being new to this, after hearing all these comments, I do agree. Me being on the board, so I can give my opinion, would be satisfactory. So I'm good with it. You can keep my name on. Thank you.
Great, happy to have you there. Thank you, Councillor. All right, other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, so we do have a motion that recommends that the report titled Wasaga Beach Sports and Entertainment Corporation Shareholder Declaration to the council meeting of September 12, 2024 be received, and that the council approve the Wasaga Beach Sports and Entertainment Corporation Shareholder Declaration attached as Appendix A, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the shareholder declaration. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, on the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snow.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the August 30th, 2024 City of Brantford legislative amendments to improve municipal code of conduct and enforcement. This was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reading this letter, I can't agree with it more in regards to suggested improvements to municipal code of conducts and enforcement. I think, all of us are very aware of how volatile times are and people interacting both with elected officials and just generally in the workplace, and this is our workplace. So anything to help strengthen comfort and improve safety and limit harassment, I think is great. So I would like us to consider sending a letter of support, not only to the City of Brantford, but to all of the folks that they sent this letter to as well, to help strengthen their voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? I couldn't agree more, Deputy Mayor Snell. I think, you often hear people say, well, you're a politician, you put your hand up to do the job, you should be able to take it and do it. And you know what? That's absolutely the case. But what we see, especially with social media today, that members of council, not just Wasaga Beach, but all over, are subject to, is unbelievable. And so I couldn't agree more, and I would fully support this. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. August 30th, 2024, City of Madam Clerk?
Sorry, so we will require a motion. Deputy Mayor Snell, I believe you will move. Essentially a motion to send a letter of support demonstrating that the town of Wasaga Beach supports the call of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the other organizations with their work to strengthen the municipal code of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Oh, sorry, recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And moving on to the last item, which is a letter to the Simcoe County District School Board, read the capital priorities, pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor DeLeo. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm so excited to see this letter and this request for support. It clearly shows the Simcoe County District School Board's willingness to honor our growth and the need that's in our community. So I fully support it, and I know our not only our town staff but this entire council will support the Simcoe County District School Board in any advocacy that we can do in getting a high school for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I echo Deputy Mayor Snell. I want to just say a special thank you to Mike Foley for his dedication and bringing this through. And it's fantastic news that Wasaga Beach now is #2 on the priority list. And hopefully we're going to have 2 high schools very soon. And this is what Wasaga Beach has been waiting for many, many years. And finally, we're going to get them both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Any other questions or comments? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just find it really coincidental that this item comes up on the agenda at the same time as the ADR report. Puts a huge spotlight on the efforts of the town staff and council to have the lack of education addressed in our town, to see 2 proposals, one approved and the other at #2 on the capital priority list. I think it's a stunning day. This journey started way back in 2014 with the task force, and our goal, I think the mandate was or our desire was to get on a capital priorities list back then, and to see us have one approved and #2 on the other. It's just an exciting day for our town and for everyone who lives here. So congratulations to the board for seeing the light, and let's dig. Let's get it going.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other comments? All right, I think it's important to point out that, yes, I'm proud of the task force, but I think this fight started even long before that, back in the ARC process, which was in, 2007 maybe? I'm looking to Lorraine out there in the audience. 2004, thank you. And the chair of that, I think, was Rob Rockwell. Thank you, Lorraine. Glad you're here still. Rob Rockwell, and that, that fight has been ongoing for a long time. But I want to publicly say that I applaud the Simcoe County District School Board in seeing the light and clearly understanding that the numbers are here and that our students do deserve this. And to move us up to number 2, I think is pretty clear that they understand it and they get it. And I did receive a letter from Chair Lloyd that we've responded to and indicating, asking for our complete and unfettered support, and we have ensured the board that we will absolutely be there at every step of the way to make sure that we get this done as quickly as we possibly can. And any opportunity we have to meet with the Minister of Education, Minister Dunlop, whether it be Ms. Dunlop, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, whether it be at a dinner or at the movies, or anywhere else for that matter, we will absolutely take that opportunity and we'll be there to continue to fight and lobby for our kids. So it's great to have this here. So we do have a motion that the letter from the Simcoe County District School Board recapital priorities. Well, that's what it says. So I'm going to look to you, Madam Clerk, for an update on that motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Recommended motion would be that council send a letter of support for the new Wasaga Beach Secondary School to the Simcoe County District School Board and Ministry of Education.
Thank you. You've heard the question, ladies and gentlemen. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on now to item number 16, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have no reports. Item number 17, council request for staff reports. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the conversation during matters of consideration, if council so desires to direct the CAO to return with the report that was discussed at that time.
All right, and I believe we've asked for that report, so that's the question. You've heard the question. We have a mover and a seconder for that, please. Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. All right. Moving on to item number 19, notices of motion. A notice of motion, return to open forum for council meetings, and this is Councillor DeLeo. Councillor DeLeo, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a notice of motion that I'd like to put forward. Whereas the Town of Wasaga Procedural Bylaw number 2023-119 governs the proceedings of council and committee meetings. And whereas the section 6.08 of the procedural bylaw requires those wanting to delegate regarding an item on the council or committee agenda to submit the request in writing to the clerk by 4 p.m. on the day before the meeting. And whereas I am requesting the historical procedure be reinstated whereby the residents are provided an opportunity to strictly comment on the agenda items without having to do a deputation and register in advance for a set amount of time. Therefore, be it resolved that the clerk be directed to amend the procedural bylaw to remove the requirement to request to delegate in writing for items on the council or committee meeting agenda. And further, that the clerk be directed to bring back the amended procedural bylaw to a future meeting of council for consideration. Mr. Mayor, I would like to request that the rules of the procedural bylaw be waived to discuss this motion today, and I would ask the clerk to assist with that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. So with a matter of procedure, a notice of motion is typically not discussed at the same meeting. However, the procedure bylaw does permit a waive of those rules. Otherwise, the item notice of motion is not debatable today. Therefore, based on the request from Councillor DeLeo, I prepared the following motion that Council waive section 6.11C of the town's procedural bylaw to hear a notice of motion from Councillor DeLeo regarding the return of open forum and to consider that motion at today's council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I just have a question, with the urgency to waive the condition today and not put this for a future consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just figure we're here. It's It's either a yes or a no.
Okay, all right. So that motion would be moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by? No, we can't debate or comment unless we waive the rules, and then we can debate it today and vote on it today. All right, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, we'll call it again. All in favor? Opposed? So the question on the floor now is to waive the procedural bylaw so as that we can debate and comment on this today. And in which case we would vote on it today and it'll be put to bed one way or the other. All right, so those in favor of waiving the procedural bylaw to speak to this today. All in favor? All right, opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2/3 has been achieved. We can now debate the motion.
All right. Before we get to debate, did you wish to speak any further on it, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do. I have the reasoning why.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I requested this motion be brought forward as...
Sorry. So sorry. The motion's on the table. Councillor DeLeo did put her motion on the floor. We do require a seconder prior to consideration. I apologize. The actual motion that was read.
The motion now
Yes,
for
I
this.
apologize.
Okay, can you just read the motion then again, please, Madam Clerk?
Oh, yes. Just bear with me, having computer.
Take your time.
Here we go. The motion on the floor, that the clerk be directed to amend the procedural bylaw to remove the requirement to request to delegate in writing for items on the council or committee meeting agenda, and further that the clerk be directed to bring back the amended procedural bylaw to a future meeting of council for consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, you've heard the question. It's moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded. Deputy Mayor Snell has seconded that as well. All right, Councillor DeLeo, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So I requested this motion be brought forward as it is, in my opinion, extremely important for all our residents who wish to comment on an agenda be given the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to bring forward their opinion without having to do a deputation or a review whether or not it is acceptable for an individual or contrary view to come forward, to have their concerns heard from council. While I do appreciate that the CAO or staff are available at certain times, many individuals do not have access or the opportunity to attend at the specific times dedicated by the town management and employees. As such, and considering we are promoting ourselves as an open and transparent council, I hope my fellow elected will agree that returning to the original format is beneficial not only for us elected, who needs to listen to the concerns of the residents, but also for the benefit of all taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've thought about this at great length too, and reviewing in my mind, you know, what's happened over the last few terms of council here and how we ended up here. And I think today is a really good example of why I'm not in favor of what you're suggesting. What you're suggesting really does, it's a lot of trying to get transparency into the room, and I understand that. But what we have to do is make sure that we can fit it all in. Today's session, as you know, is only supposed to go until about noon. We will be here for quite a bit after, not only commandeering our time, but also everybody else's time as well. I personally think that the point of registering and having an understanding of what's going to transpire at these meetings does a service to not only the members of council, but the staff when it comes to scheduling their time and availability for the day. It's difficult when these meetings run, you know, some of them have been 10 hours. So to have a better understanding of how long they could possibly be so that people can be sequestered, I think is respectful. I know what you're trying to do here, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, but in the past, we've seen that system get wickedly abused and people's time be abused, and I think that more, I love this new word, demure approach to communication is where we are, and I think it was brought forward by the last council, and I kind of like it the way it is. So I'm going to say I'll probably not vote in favor of the change.
Thank you, Councillor White. Now, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do remember what it was like, having been a staff member here briefly in 18 and 19. And I don't feel that the procedural bylaw as it is written now really prevents people from speaking, allowing them to put forward their request to speak at 4 o'clock the day before a meeting should not be holding anybody up. I also won't be supporting that motion. I do feel that this council is clear and transparent. I applaud staff for the number of public meetings that are being held, by the opportunity to speak to a CAO. And I think that with regards to us, we try our best to answer any resident concern that comes in, prior to meetings. So I feel that we're doing a good job with it, Councillor DeLeo, and I'm sorry that I won't be able to support your notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. We now go to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, so my reasoning, along with all the others, is that we're more transparent if it's on the agenda and the public can see what's coming. So it gives them the opportunity to plan as well, to attend a meeting. So I think it's far more transparent to be able to do that so the public does know what's happening in our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, first and foremost, I want to say that I believe this council makes every effort and is successful in being very transparent. But I think one important change from the last term of council is the way we conduct our meetings, where we have combined committee of the whole and council, and on many, many occasions, we have been in this room from 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock through till 5:30. And I think it's important that if we do have a subject where a lot of people want to speak, that we're aware of what's coming, and that if we have to adjust the agenda accordingly to respect people's times, that's important. But the other thing is that I've been on council for 9 years, and in the old system, oftentimes people would come up and not realize that they had to be speaking to an agenda item. So they would get up and they would start speaking about something that is not allowed because it's not on the agenda. And then we looked bad because we would tell the resident is sorry, this is inappropriate to be discussed at this time, and there's other opportunities. You can request a deputation, you can see the CAO. So certainly registering or not registering, I don't see how that has any bearing on transparency. This is just about to make sure that if an individual wants to speak, that the clerk can clarify, yes, this is an appropriate subject, and yes, you can speak, and it saves their time from coming out to a meeting and then being shut down, and it allows council to effectively handle what could be an awkward situation before it ever happens. So I'm quite happy to leave things as they are. Thank
you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo a lot of my fellow colleagues' remarks, and I wanted to second it so that it could be, because I feel every motion should be able to come and be discussed, even to not agree with it. But I think also too, like in terms of everybody else's comments, but also to our contact information is also on the website clearly. So, if folks have lots of different ways and means to be able to reach out and connect. So I agree in terms of efficiency. I would vote against and stay with the current system.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I respect everyone's comments. When I had first thought about this, it was if in the beginning of every council meeting, everybody who wants to make a comment, and usually there's not a lot of people, it's limited, like to 2 minutes. So for 2 minutes, if you just want to make a quick comment on the agenda, so be it, and then they would leave. So it wasn't more come in here and, talk for 10, 15, 20 minutes. It wasn't at all for that. It was, we'd allocate 15 minutes in the beginning. You've got 2 minutes. If you're going to use it, you use it. But if you go over it, then you say, these are the rules. More than 2 minutes, you're not allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, since the Councillor DeLeo put it on the floor and she's commented again, I'll open it up for other comments. Did you have something, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, just in response to Councillor DeLeo's point, and further to our earlier comments talking about social media and some of these people out there, I could see that turning into a circus, potentially, where people with their own intentional agenda come in, with a dozen, to speak to your point of 2 minutes, bring in 20 people and they each get 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden this is a dog and pony show. This is the business of the corporation, and I think it needs to be protected, and it needs to be secure, safe, and controlled. So I just wanted to retort to the point. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor DeLeo. I respect your opinion. I can't agree with it. I think that this council has been more open and transparent than probably any council, including my last council, has ever been. But I think what's more important to talk about here today is, when I was first elected as mayor, I took a course that was put on by AMO, and Fred Dean and Nigel Belchamber, who are experts in the municipal field. And one of the first things they talked about in that was that always keep in mind that open and transparency is paramount. But council meetings are meetings for council. They are not public meetings. And that's where there's a lot of A spider? Okay, sorry. It's like squirrel. Okay, my apologies. What's he doing? That's where the confusion comes in, and that is that public meetings are meetings that are held for the public, for them to come out, for them to speak as long as they want about the item that is a public meeting. And council meetings are meetings of council. And the first thing they advised against to everyone was do not have open forums in any way, shape, or form in your council meetings, because you're asking for trouble. You're asking for people to come forward and to hijack a meeting of council, and therefore stop the business of council moving forward in some cases. And I can tell you firsthand, they were right, because I witnessed it. I witnessed it on more than one occasion, and it is completely unfair and wrong. And we all need to respect this House and the business that takes place. And I think our current system, which is a system that I believe was implemented by the previous council, is a great system. All you have to do is make a call or an email or a text or walk in or snail mail, whatever way you want to go about it, and request to speak to an item on the agenda, and you're granted that. With respect to being open and transparent, I think there needs to be some clarity around what that means as well. Just because Mr. and Mrs. Public can't just come in and speak about whatever, whenever they want, does not mean in any way, shape, or form that this council, this municipality is not open and transparent. We post everything on an agenda well in advance of the meetings. We record the meetings in their entirety, which is put out there on our YouTube site for perpetuity, I would guess. Many organizations tape them so you can watch them from home. County is one of them. It's gone right after that meeting, I believe, is done. So there's that to go back and refer to. I can tell you that media loves that, because they don't have to come out to every meeting now like Mr. Bickerstaff is doing right now. I guess he likes to see us as opposed to watching from home, but media likes that. And if there's questions after that, we have every avenue known to man to reach out and ask your questions. And not just come in and see the CAO or reach out to a member of council, but all of our staff are happy to meet with residents and to answer questions if they so choose, meeting the public. So I think we are very open and transparent. I like the system as it is today. We get several people who delegate to come forward and speak to items on the agenda. And for that reason, I cannot support this either. So we have a motion on the table. Do you want to just read it one more time, Madam Clerk, for clarity?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Worship. Be it resolved that the clerk be directed to amend the procedural bylaw to remove the requirement to request to delegate in writing for items on the council or committee meeting agenda, and further that the clerk be directed to bring back the amended procedural bylaw to a future meeting of council for consideration. Councillor DeLeo moved. Deputy Mayor Snell seconded.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, you've heard the question. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? All opposed? No, it's not recorded. It's a motion on the table. I'll call the question again. All in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. You're opposed. All right. That motion is defeated then 6-1. All right, for the record. All right, moving on now to item number 19, bylaws. We have a bylaw 2024-70 and 2024-71 be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, and I'm going to now look to our clerk before adjournment.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the beginning of the meeting, Council did approve an addition to this meeting, to go into closed session for a municipal building tour. Accordingly, the following motions before Council. That pursuant to the Municipal Act as amended, that the next portion of the September 12th Council meeting move into closed session for the following matter. Item 17.3.3, tour municipal buildings pursuant to Section 239(3)(1) of the Municipal Act.
All right, you've heard the question with respect to going in camera for the building tour. Could I have mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We are going to move to item number 20 now, correct, and adjourn this meeting. And you will do a rise and report for the closed session in our next meeting on the 26th, correct?
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. We'll actually adjourn following the building tour, but we will not be returning live.
All right, so we won't be coming back live to adjourn. We'll do it after that. Yep. And we'll take 10 minutes for a bio break, and then we'll meet back here to go on our tour. Thank you.